Okay, dokie, let us start. Welcome, welcome, everyone. This is a whole bunch of credits already. I did that. So, how are we doing today? I am feeling wonderful. Today I I would like to get this into a state where I can largely say, music here being a bit too excited, thank you. I would like to get into a state with the game where I can say largely this is going to be the demo as we ship it. Because even though I keep delaying by adding new stuff, well, we also figured that stuff out. Let's show off what did I make of this since last we saw it. Look, I've slightly changed the sprite of the advice scrap, which I find this more logical. This is supposed to be just a piece that Butterfly has torn off from a sheet, so it would make sense that it has at least 2 jagged edges, if not 3. And I could make several variations of this, but meh. Actually, let's have a look. Did I bother doing that? No, I did not. So the idea was I could, in order to make this look more interesting. Oh, yeah, you're our least fanbot. Let's just really quickly take care of that. Goodbye. Right. The idea being that I mean, this is fine, right? It doesn't need to have a million variations, but I could get a bunch of variations for cheap if I simply allow it to randomly mirror itself on the X and Y axis. It was then that I discovered that GameMaker does some extremely funny things. This is going to be very technical for a moment, but if you're not experienced with GameMaker, that's fine. If you set image X scale or image Y scale to a negative value, which is it's the manual approved encouraged way to flip an image, so image X scale will mirror it on the X scale. If you do so, then the corresponding constant, sprite width, which tells you how wide your sprite is, will also become negative. And at no point does the manual say this, and it is more than a little bit insane that a width would become negative. That is not something that is possible in our understanding of space. There is a little bit of point to that, in that if you use a reference to sprite width to position an element, let's say you position it relative to the left border, as I often do, then if sprite width updates, then it's going to immediately instead be placed relative to the right border. Except, of course, if you do so and you mirror the sprite, then instead of being a bit to the right of the left border within the sprite, it's going to be a bit to the right of the right border outside of the sprite. And if, say, you have the text builder fit its text to a given maximum width, which is the width of the sprite and this becomes a negative value, then you have just created an infinite loop. Isn't that excellent? So I think for the moment I've just removed the functionality to mirror its sprite. Game Maker was made by aliens. It really was. There's not much logic in many of its decisions. A lot of it is probably legacy compatibility, where you can't exactly change it, or a lot of projects are simply going to be incompatible with your new version, and that's also bad. But this now looks beautiful. I have figured out why it sometimes displayed an empty text, and that is because there were some empty texts in the data. Yeah, shocker, I was super surprised as well. But that's working fine. The goal list is presumably working fine. To be honest, I've not tested that the stats checks work, but well, they don't crash, so I don't see why they wouldn't work. It's not exactly rocket surgery. Go through the idols that you have recruited, check if one has 200 voice. If so, return true. So that's easy enough. I do still want to turn this text gray. I didn't get to that yesterday because, well, first I was trying to figure this thing out. At first I was trying to figure out how to do that. Sorry, why that was creating an infinite loop. You may also hear with your ear holes, if you are ignoring my constant yapping, there's a good bit more ambient sound now. I was trying to dramatically pause for a random sound effect to play. It doesn't sound like one's going to happen. Ah, gently opening and closing a door. Yes. So that's nice. I have at the same time increased the delay between random sound effects because every 30 seconds, give or take, plus or minus 5, was sounding far too common. So, but what are we doing today? We have two tiny things that I just want to knock out. I want to change the color on this text. That's going to take 2 seconds. And then I want to go into hop, step, smile. Sorry, hop, step, smile. The exclamation point is part of the name. Here I want to do my best so that evidently I figured arranging these in a D-pad shape was going to make clear that this is step up, this is step right, and so on. Evidently I was incorrect on that. Unfortunate. So what I want to try is I want to try putting labels on these directly the way that they are down here, which is going to involve it is probably going to have to involve changing the sprite and therefore changing where the stuff spawns such that we have any space at all to put those labels. I am further concerned that, well, you can see it. plain as day. We don't need to experiment. Step right is not two words that will fit in here. So what we need to do is we'll actually need to we will need to have separate texts that I did not prepare, so I am trying to stall for time as I very quickly insert those into the translated data. Like so. You go here, we'll call you steps labels, and then there's going to be 3 more of you. So what we're probably going to do is keep the word steps right here. We're going to keep the word steps and just put back, up, left to right. I think I call it that. Ooh, now I'm getting self-conscious. But I've got that right here. Step up, left, right, back. Yes. So. Up, left, right, back. Copy here. Pasta there. And just write it in. Okay. Further, I have thought of some more requirements for hop, step, smile, which ought to make it slightly more interesting. I think the minigame is largely fine the way that it is, but you can always use more content, and the way that those are implemented is pretty elegant, I must say. It is quite elegant, and we basically just need to define it in the code, and then it's going to pull out, it's going to take the function that tells us have we met this requirement. It's going to pull the label for it and do all of that automatically, presuming that I remember how that works. Let's save. There we go. Okay. So we can do that, but we might not start with that, because what I would actually like to do is I would like to, well, another thing I would like to do is these buttons, but we might leave those for later. Another thing that I would like to do is to put in menu music. The rest of the game in the main gameplay loop isn't going to feature music instead of the ambience that we have, but I want there to be music here, which is going to be more involved than it sounds, because GameMaker does not stop music when you transition between rooms. That makes sense in so far, meaning we need to start the music as we enter the menu and make sure that we stop it when we exit. I have started on a system to control this long ago, but I never quite drove that forward because there was no need, because there was not music. And I'm somewhat glad that I didn't, because at the time I thought there would be much more music in the game than there is now, but it would rather get in the way of songcraft. So, we need to be able to play the music. I would like to so strictly speaking, I do not need to put the music in the credits. I don't need to, because this music that you're listening to on stream, I've identified a good track that I can put in the menu. I bought this. It's made by, let me get the name absolutely 100% right. The music is made by Joel Steudler, and it's the licensing terms, which I have. The licensing terms explicitly permit me to use it commercially, to modify it. Like, I've slightly changed the start and end to make for a better loop. I can do basically what I want with it, except claim that it's mine. Meaning, I don't need to give credit. And I would like to, I think. I've got to take a look, because again, I can't just plonk it into this menu here and then allow you to link to it and listen to it. The only side problem, of course, is going to be that if I want to let you listen to it, then that very piece of music is already going to be playing. So that's one challenge for the menu, but I would want to let you listen to the music tracks, because there are probably going to be more. There are probably going to be music pieces at the end of the game. So I am going to need a system that when you play this thing, when you play it, it pauses the music currently playing, puts on that music instead, and when it stops, then put the main menu music back on. For which, well, that's not impossible. If you can describe it, you can implement it. But we gotta do that. Righto. Lastly, what I also really want to get to today is, if we take a look at Songcraft, the minigame in which you create a song. Drink break. I have found, while developing off stream, that, I mean, it's not terrible, but the ambience does get a little in the way. I don't know. So what I would like to do is, while the song's playing, fade out the ambience, and then when we're done with it, restart it. Where is it at this go? I think it goes up here. No, here. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway. No. It is up there. And then you are right here. That's the one, that's the progression. So yeah, fortunately, I already have a method to fade out and resume the ambient sound. Just gotta do that. And while we're at it, let's say we click on this and we don't have skip dialogue on Toraka, that would help. There. The ambient sound already fades away during dialogue for the same reason, because you're supposed to focus on the dialogue and the voices, well, voices. Yep. The clock goes to half volume so that we focus on the dialogue. Now, what I'm not certain of here is I don't believe random sounds are affected by this if they are started while the dialogue is still playing. Which is well, that's something that we have to check. They are not, in fact, the footsteps are playing at full volume. So we need to make sure to also start new random sounds at reduced volume. And lastly, with that done, I also want the intro to a minigame to feature a little ambient stinger. I've thought of a different stinger for each minigame that ought to be appropriate. Gotta implement those. Yes, you're right, actually. For the last one, I need to quickly pass this minigame, so that's gonna be, I don't know. Wow, I've made this difficult on myself. Rising progression, rising progression, rising progression, and rising. I said rising. And that's gonna be 4 different tones. There we go. Now, my question being, we fully fade out the ambience for the dialogue. Do I want that? I think that's fine. It is deathly silent except for the voices, but I think that's fine. Alternatively, I mean, it is silent because I tell the ambience to stop, so we can just not do that. We can just not tell it to stop and keep it playing at half volume, and that'll be fine. So, now, much to do, and not a whole lot of time to do it in, and I would like for all of this to be finished in 3.5 hours. So, off we go! So, step 1. This days remaining scribble. Instead of setting the alpha, what we're going to do is in the appropriate place, which is the same place as the last function call. Here we are going to set the color to global colors, the rebel color. There. May seem trivial, but it is important for everything to be just right. Because if it's not just right, then it is a little bit wrong. I do prefer this, yes. It does communicate that this is less important. So, like that. Like that. Okay. As for our next trick, let's turn our attention to Hop, Step, Smile, which is going to be objects step reservoir. Object step option spawner. Actually, this might be the spawner itself rather than the larger reservoir, which itself provides the spawners. So let us just find it the regular way. Thankfully, I organized my stuff. So there it is. Now, now. I am going to need, if I'm going to change this layout, if I'm going to change the sprites in order to make room, I'm going to need to change where the stuff spawns. Note how creatively I have placed these constants in order to reflect where they actually are. I think that's cute. But thankfully, with these constants, I won't have to do too much at all. So, thinking real fast. Wow, I've done this really clever, haven't I? Yeah. So, obviously, I could just write, okay, put here the label for the word left, put here the label for the word up, and so on. But we can also do this a little more elegantly. And how is going to be an array? So we're going to off screen. We're gonna quickly put that into a array. That delete these empty rows and re-export the translated data. Just like that. So now then, not to forget, I have added a new translation key. So the first thing that we have to do is we have to reflect this in the translation key struct such that we can find the data that we are using now. It is in hop step smile and it is super creatively named steps labels. It is? Yes. Okay. Now. That means that when we access it, steps labels is get me a translated string which looks like so. This is now going to contain these values in order. So up, left, right, down, back. Actually, did I put it properly? Let's look it up. Yes, I did. So, and since GameMaker doesn't have a real concept of enums, it's all just numbers, we can use the enum to access the array, because step forward is just the literal value 0. Show Um, huh? So we can actually, not quite, because we are accessing different data structures. You see, for the bottom 4 steps, or the bottom 4 moves, we are going to have to put, we use the direct names by which they are referred to, but for the steps, because step right is too long to fit, we use a truncated word, just the direction in which it's going. Now, so that means we need to access a different array, which means we can't reuse this loop. We need to make a secondary loop, but that's just okay. That is perfectly fine. So, for the step, which is equal to step dot forward with step less than or equal to step back, incrementing the step because it is just a number. The step name or the step label is going to be steps labels at that index. Now we can majoratively do the same. In fact, no, we can't 100% do the same thing, unfortunately. But what we can do is we can take this, just go to where the step option spawner is created and move above it. And make a label builder. Actually, it is just the same thing, except that we are using a different array as a data source. Meaning, you know what I'm gonna say, this should be a function. Yes, it should be. Yes. So, what we are gonna do is we are going to turn this into a function, which is going to take in the text that we want the step label builder to have, and it's going to take in the offset, which step spawner we want this to be relative to, and then it's going to do the rest for us. That way, we don't have duplicated code, we don't have possible discrepancies between different, between different loops that are trying to do the same thing. The function create step label builder, as we've said, this takes in the step and it takes in the step name. And then we just steal this, put it here. There we go. Abstract this step is an enum, and step name is a resolved string. Alright, we're good. It uses a instance field to reference the steps label builder. And everything else appears to check out. Now, you can argue, should this array push be inside the function? Should it be outside and we return out this thing that we've created? And then insert it up here. Well, in both cases we want to insert it into the builders array, so I think that's cool. So, create step label builder step and step label, and likewise do this here. We could certainly return it out of principle, so that if we do want to do something with the step label builder that we have created, we can do so. But, well, at the moment we're not going to do anything with it, so there's no point in it. Drink break. You can always add that later. Since we are not making a library here, we are just making code that we are in full control of. If you wanted to make a library which has a defined interface, it's probably a good idea to do the thing early to return out the value that the user may be interested in. Now, we can already try this. We can try this. It is going to display wrong, but if you have a piece of code that you can test, do it. You shouldn't wait until it's all finished and polished. I have launched the wrong minigame. I am amazing. You shouldn't wait until it's all done and polished, because, well, if you do, you're just going to build more on top of a castle of sand. In this case, I am immediately running into a crash because I'm trying to reference something that don't exist. And why is that? Is it because I have not pressed the save button on Notepad? It sure is. Notepad++, that is. I'm not a psychopath. Okay, try it again. This time with the data correctly exported. Oh no. You know, this is fully my own fault. I even thought about it. Yep. I thought about, hey, make sure that you call event 0, because until now you're not doing it. And then I didn't. So you should make this much code, of course, before you test it, because it does need to work in order for you to test it. Or at least it needs to be testable. After all, you don't know if it works until you do test it. There's another invalid argument value. Error. Well, I'm going to chase that down later. So, here we see we are like 40% correct. So it's putting the labels in the correct places. That's good. I might actually just ditch this steps label, because it is going to interfere with the back label, and And I don't think you need to be explicitly told, hey, these are steps. Like, I hope my art is good enough that you can identify with some help that these are supposed to be steps with your feet. Footsteps. So I'm gonna get rid of that, and then I have a very sneaking suspicion that what's happening here is it is correctly creating the labels, but the enum doesn't go as I thought. It doesn't go up, left, right, back. That instead it goes up, back, left, right, or something like that. For this, let us have a look. Fortunately, yes indeed, GameMaker does now feature jump to enum, which, you know, again, we can be nasty and we can say every other programming environment under the sun has a jump to definition, and it's much better than what GameMaker does. But listen, there used to be a time that in order to see the definition of enum, of this step enum, I would just have to search for the words enum step with like the global text search. So that I can jump right to where it actually is already moving forward. Don't mock it when it's doing its best to progress. That is just being mean and vicious for no reason. Yes, GameMaker is further behind other programs, but they are moving forward, and that is to be commended. So, as we've just said, do I remember whether it was step left or step right last? I do not, but it is step right. Okay, so now that is going to create all of the labels where they should be, with one tiny problem. One teensy tiny problem. One teensy tiny problem that this steps label builder is actually referenced all throughout the code. This is the load-bearing coconut. But that's fine. We can turn this into a template so that we can still use it for creating copies, but we don't need to actually use it because I don't want it to be there anymore. There we go. Yeah. So. No, this still don't work. Did I undo? Yes, I did. In my undoing, I undid the fixing of the enum value. Now then, this will work. I promise. So, with all of these step labels in the correct place, we need to give this, let's have a look. That looks to be, if it's supposed to look like this, there's like one solid pixel row between the top of the word and the border. So in order to do the same up here, we're going to need like 5 additional pixels of height. In order to make all of that line up properly. It's going to be an absolute joy, but Well, what we can do is we can simply copy how it is down here. We can copy the layout here, copy the spacing from here. That'll be good. That is going to completely move everything the wrong way. So there is that to be concerned with. But thanks to the magic of constants, that's not going to be a massive problem. So, one step at a time. It's not called step option reservoir. That's fine. Look into these sprites, which are so helpfully organized. You want to know another really cool thing that you can do to make life so much easier on yourself? Just use folders. Put things into groups. It doesn't matter how they are grouped. These groups are lies anyway. On the file system, like in File Explorer, GameMaker puts all of your sprites and all of your sprites are just in the same folder, but GameMaker puts a label on them. This is inside the group small scale minigames hop, step, smile. So don't worry about making too many folders. GameMaker doesn't care. This is just for you. So now what we have here is maybe easier with the grid. This is 16 pixel grid. Let's turn it to 8. So this is 3 pixels, so this is 5. 8 minus 3, and this is likewise 3. So there are 10 pixels of light between the slot and the top. Meaning we are going to need to make the same spacing here, which is currently 8 pixels. It's 2 pixels, so we need an additional 8 on each side if we want this to be the same sizing. Alternatively, we could cheat and steal the space from down here. That might not be the worst idea. Let's have one teensy tiny look. So at the resolution at which I draw, the screen space is highly limited real estate. And that's because 1080 is how tall the game window is. That's your average 1920 by 1080 resolution. Usually that's how that goes. If we divide that by 6, that means that we have 180 pixels to go. Meaning, with a screen that is functionally 180 pixels tall at Game Boy resolution, we need to concern ourselves with how much space we have. And right here we have just barely enough space. This is 162 pixels. We would have just barely enough to add in an additional 16 pixels and have 1 pixel on each side of space between it and the edge of the screen. But that would be awfully tall. So I propose to you a different solution, which is we're just going to steal the space from down here. We are just gonna select this and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm sorry, right. That may seem off. May seem like I've just shrunk this space, but the slots are of course on a different layer. So when we select just the entire thing, and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are now 2 pixels of space on the bottom on both elements, and there are the same 10 pixels on top that we have grown accustomed to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we need only fill in this, and there we go. That's our spacing. Easy. Now, as I've said, of course, the actual in-game object is not going to understand what just happened. It is going to put its step option spawners right where it used to, which is not in the correct place. But that is going to be just fine. We can then mess with those constants to get them properly positioned again. I need to go to Object Step Res Option. Yes, Step Option Reservoir, and reassociate the sprite with it. So sprite Step Reservoir. And just for demonstrative purposes, let's have a look at it. Also so that I can judge what I need to do. Yep. Okay, that is going to be super easy actually. All of this stuff just needs to move 8 pixels down. That's easy enough to do. It looks like it's hovering now. Or it looks like these are like pillars. Oh, the joys of fake 2.5D. So, thankfully, we have constants for this, so all that we need to do, all of this is defined relatively to the top, so we can just say this is plus 8 pixels and this here is plus 8, and that should already work. Let's give it a try. If this does just work like that, then ta-da! It looks a little bit awkward here with all this empty space up here. I'm not a huge fan of that, but it does just work, yeah. Let no one doubt the power of constants. Define it once, reference it, do, well, make the things that are supposed to be relative, like this is the same height as there, this, like the left step is 1 step option down from the up step option, so make it so. This constant is that constant plus the height of the step option, plus an offset of 6, I think. Okay, doke. That... I'm a little conflicted, I will say. I'm a little conflicted about this empty space here, but I like the D-pad layout. And we certainly could also lay it out in a square, just like down here. But then you would have it go, I don't know, up, right, left, back. That would also be weird. So I think I want to keep the D-pad layout. So, nextly, what shall we tackle? let's stay in the same order as I've described it at the start of the stream. Let us make sure that Songcraft is unimpeded. For this, we are going to need it to tell the ambience controller, step 1, fade out the ambience while the song is playing. Step 2, make sure that if ambience is currently faded out, then random sounds also get the faded out volume. 3, restore it when the song ends. 4, I want to be able to give it a time over which it's supposed to fade out, because right now, if we pause the music and listen here, you can hear it best with the clock. It takes a full 2 seconds for the ambience to fade out, which is a problem insofar as the this piece here that we have is in 8/8 tacts with 120 BPM. So blah 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 words. I'm not going to pretend like I understand music theory. The point is, there are 4 quarter beats in this measure, yeah? Four quarter beats in this measure. And at 120 BPM, that means 4 quarter beats take 1/30th of a minute to play. Consequently, this here is 2 seconds long. Well, we have the helpful clock to help us keep track of time. You may have heard the ambient clock actually ticked twice until these notes were done. So the point is, if we take 2 seconds to fade out the ambience, then it's not going to help much for the first measure. So what I want to do instead is like fade it out over the course of half a second, which is more than doable. We just need to give it as a parameter. So off we go. Go to the ambience controller and oh yeah, we also want to do this. So I've prepared a bunch of sounds. I've also prepared some ambience that would play in Teacher's Kitchen when you play, when you read the concert letter after a concert. That still needs to be started. I've already prepared the data, but it needs to be made. Simple as. So this is another thing that we might get to, we might not. I'll tell you when it happens. So right now this affects all currently playing ambience, but simply put, we need to we need to keep track of what the ambience volume is supposed to be so that we can play it softer when we want to. For that, super easy. For that, it's gonna be super easy. Hardly will it be an inconvenience. Volume modifier or modified volume. There it is. Modified volume starts at 1. And whenever we start a ambient sound, we, instead of telling it to play at full volume, we tell it to play at the modified volume. Likewise, play random ambient sound. We want to give this the parameter that we want it to play at the modified volume. This is going to take into account the volume setting that you can set in the volume in the menu. Then we just need to set this. Yeah, that is random sounds now obeying the fade volume. Okay. Next. Give it a parameter. So for that, fade time is going to take a default of fade out time, because most of the time I want to use the default because I don't care how long it takes, or rather I trust myself that the default I have already found is fine. But I want to have control over it. Then we are going to transfer this parameter to each of these methods, because each of them very plausibly would have that parameter. Now, there is an argument to be made here that this function here, fade ambient volume, simply should not have a default for this parameter, because it is only ever called from inside the ambience controller. There is a very good argument to be made for that. But I think it's not worth the minuscule performance gain that we would get from that, though. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that. So, doing this way is going to avoid the program having to check whether the value was provided and setting the default if not. Also, it's not like it's going to crash. Well, it is actually going to crash. If I don't give it a value for this when calling this function directly, the game is going to crash. But right now, I am only calling it here. Yes, as you can see behind me, the only call places are here, which means if it does end up that I call this directly for some reason, wherever, whenever, if that does happen, then I will be informed that this is a mandatory parameter. And when I test that code place, if I don't give it a default value, or if I don't specify a value for the parameter, then I am, well, it's going to be my own fault, and I'm going to very quickly notice that I'm doing it wrong. Why am I going on about this? The reason is, if this was a function that was already in use, then that would be much more complicated. I would have to go through each individual usage of the function and make sure that the parameter is always defined, which, if you're just passing it direct numbers, that's easy enough. If you are not, if you are passing it the value of something else that you are like getting from a function, then you have to check, does that function possibly ever return an undefined value? Is it supposed to? Could it, if something goes wrong? So that gets complicated, and in that case it does make much more sense to give the value a default so that the function still behaves as it did previously. In this case though, there's no issue. Okay, so we now have fade out time as the default for all the outside interfaces. Then, nextly, what we're gonna do is we need to call this. So we need to go into this is going to be object songcraft. Or is this just GameMaker's lookup not working? I think it is the latter. It's fine. Once again, I have all of this handily grouped, so we can go. Yes, it is object music sheet, but I'm not insane. Because if I search for object music sheet, GameMaker will tell me that no such object exists. Or maybe it just doesn't give it as a result. Who knows, who cares? The point is we're here. So, this is a massive object that can do a whole bunch of stuff. The important part is when we start playback. I've already had to modify this because I used to have an audio stop all here, because I figured, well, if any audio is playing, then that means there are still notes sounding out from the last time that we started the song, and we want to stop them. At the time, it did not occur to me that I might have different sounds playing that I don't want to stop. But now it just keeps track of which notes it is playing and stop them if necessary. So, right here, I want to tell through the method of the room handler, GameMaker crashed. It like hard crashed. It didn't freeze, but it just closed. Yes, right, I know why. GameMaker has a bug in it that I have unwittingly reproduced. That's okay, I've saved my work. If you do what I just did, then that is, you search for an object that doesn't play results, like object music sheet in this case, and you press enter. It will take you there, but from that point forward, the search results are bugged and corrupted. So if you then try to use the object search again, it's going to crash the program. You would think they would have gotten to that, but oh well, I suppose the answer is don't do that. Simple enough. Okay, not to be deterred. Need to think real fast. How do I find whether what I want already exists? We go to dampen all ambience, which is called from here, and from here we face another interesting conundrum, that being that we also want to be able to pass the fade time to the method of the room handler that passes it on to the ambience controller. But we kind of want to give this a default here. As per the usual, put the default at the outside call location, but the room handler doesn't know what the default should be, it doesn't care. So this might be the first time that I want to intentionally use an undefined argument. Now, you don't need to do this. Every argument is optional, even if GameMaker doesn't know about it. You can always call functions with no arguments, which means every argument is going to be the value undefined. That's going to be... you shouldn't, I'm gonna say, you really shouldn't. If an argument is defined as mandatory, then by goodness, pass it in. And don't call the function if you don't have a good value for it. But in this case, we actually want to pass in undefined, because then it's going to be defaulted inside the ambience controller. It's gonna... the undefined is going to turn into fade out time here. So this is, I suppose, valid. Also, I'm doing something naughty here. No, it doesn't, GameMaker. Right. No, this is just Feather being the bestest little boy. So, by me providing a default value, albeit undefined, I am declaring this argument to be optional. Which means if Feather is smart, it should accept me calling this function with no arguments. Of course, I could also make an override that... No, I can't. Right, GameMaker doesn't have overloads. GameMaker doesn't have overloads, which is a function with the same name but different arguments. Because every function can be called with any number of arguments. Isn't that a border in it? But I think that's fine. So the point is, now when we start the playback, which is somewhere here, somewhere, that's not down here, it is in the music sheet. Right here. When we start the playback, we want to go to the room handler and tell it to dampen ambience over the course of half a second. Now, I do need to look up now what happens when the playback naturally ends. Yeah, nothing, actually. If the playback naturally ends, then nothing else happens. Okay, let's fix that, because I want to be informed when the playback ends so that I can restore the ambience to its original volume. So if we are at or above the max playback milliseconds, then stop playback. And then if the playback isn't stopped, then do all the stuff. This just draws a marker that scrolls across the music sheets telling you which note is currently playing. I think that really is all it, but yeah. Yes, this is the draw event. Sorry. We need to go into the steppy events. There. Okay. Yes. So, in the step event, if we have exceeded or met our max playback milliseconds, instead of silently returning out, we want to officially say stop doing the thing. Stop doing the thing so that we can call this function right here, in which we are going to insert another line that tells the room handler to restore ambience over however much time it deems fit. Or we can even give this a parameter. Now, does that function currently have a parameter? Of course it does not. So we still need to define that. Default value of undefined, and pass this in. And I am not type checking this because it can be undefined and that would break the thing. And I can account for this in the type checking, but well, there are two philosophies about this. The actual philosophy from language definitions is that a undefined value is never anything. Like, it's undefined is not a number, it's not a string, it's just not anything. Type checking it for anything returns false. Which makes sense, because it's not that thing. It's not an instance of anything. Though I have done it differently in my type checking. If an object is the no one value, what I've defined as nully, then it is that instance. Because that's a whole lot easier. If an object may be no one, I want to check for that separately, but I do want the type checking to work. So that's just me. Maybe don't copy me, because I'm doing this slightly wrong, technically. Okay, but so here we have dampen and restore on start and stop playback, and the playback is started and stopped as it runs out. Which I think that'll be us. That'll be good. So stop the music one more time, simply so that we can hear. Yeah, it fades out the ambience and it fades it back in. Haha! Excellent. That is not a third, that is a quarter. Okay. Excellent. Okay. That is so much nicer. That is the kind of touch that people are not going to think about whatsoever, but if it wasn't in the game, then it would be very noticeable. As is just our work as game developers. If you're doing things right, then people don't realize it. But if you do it wrong, they will know. Okay. Excellent. So, that is Songcraft's woes taken care of. That is that. Let's go to a concert, I would think. Well, going to a concert isn't going to be particularly interesting because, as we've seen previously, Teacher's Kitchen doesn't have any ambience currently playing. I think the method is being executed, but there's nothing happening. There's no ambience defined. Yeah. It's not important. I think I want this fade out to be without ambience because it has sound of its own and the focus is supposed to be on it. And yep, this is deathly silent. So, how about we attend that? How about we make that happen in just a tiffy? How about that? Because that's another thing that definitely needs to be in. Then after that, we can... I think we can work on the music track. But before we do that, it is time for me to take my first midstream break. So I will stretch my legs, have a little breakfast, use the restroom. Feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. I'll be right back in just a few minutes. See you then. Okay, doke. Let us continue. Righto. Now then. What did we want to do? Right, teacher's kitchen ambience. That was the one. I mean, I know what I want to do today, but I had literally forgotten what I just said before the break. It's not here, it is up here. Had a good break, everyone? Hope you did. Mine was pretty cool. I ate some... oh gosh, what are they called? Turkish apricots? No, it's a different fruit, but I ate a little bit of fruit. I am happy. Everything is wonderful. So, what is, we are going to want largely the same thing as start clubroom ambience. In fact, this is going to be a simple call to start ambience, because I have already separated out what is the constant and random ambience for teacher. Ambience dot random for teacher. With one issue. Better keep trying. One issue is that this is currently made to play a given weather track for a given weather type. Now, I could extend that such that it picks out a weather type for teacher's kitchen as well, but the only reason why I have the weather type enum where is it? Yes, right. The only reason that I have this is to communicate between rooms, but I don't actually want that. I don't want that here, more specifically. In this case, teacher's kitchen ambience is going to play in, well, teacher's kitchen, and then we're going to transition back to the clubroom ambience. So we don't need to communicate this to any room. So what we're going to do is we're going to start our sorry, wrong method here. We're going to start our constant and random ambience tracks, and from there on out we are going to start constant ambient sound, which is gonna manually start the entire thing with a random element from ambience weather teacher. Yeah, because we just want to start it. We don't care about starting the same thing in multiple rooms. Okay, that's good. That is good. Now, that, do I call this function? Do I ever? Okay, step 2. We need to go to the room handler, which is object room handler concert ladder, and we want to add a little functionality here. At the start of the room, we want to well, create the ambience controller. Right. At the start of the room, create the ambience controller and tell it to start doing its thing. So, create ambience controller and ambience controller dot start feature kitchen ambience. Yep, that's good. And as soon as we open the letter, we actually want to fade the ambience. So ambience controller dot dampen ambience. We want to fade it out to make it easier to focus on the reading. And then lastly, when we are creating the fade in and fade out to leave, then I need to really quickly check how I've done this elsewhere. I think if you go from the table to a minigame, yes, it does fade out the ambience. Okay. Right. This is another extremely minor touch, but we want the ambience to start fading immediately rather than stopping instantly once we do transition between the rooms. Okay. That should be all of that, no? Should be all of that. So let's give it a try. Go to a concert, then just go to any mini game so that we can quickly click through and go to teacher's kitchen. Stop the music. Thank you, thank you. Perfect. Did it dampen? I'm not sure. I mean, it ought to have, because it is in the open letter function. I would like to give a quick listen. There it is. Okay, wonderful. We have created toast. Is that a slight inconsistency? Maybe, because teacher already has toast. But we're gonna say that teacher has roommates. We should maybe mention that sometime. But so we have an ambient track for teacher's kitchen, and I'm just going to advance. Wonderful. So I have advanced a week on that save, but that's okay. That's my late game save. What week is it on anyway? It's on day 183 now, which is quick maps. That is going to be week 23. No, 26. Yeah, week 26. So solidly in the mid game. But that is not important. The point is, that works. So, that taken care of, how about we tackle the music? So this is going to be in the menu. In the menu, we want to take the music that I have prepared earlier. It is quite simple, it's just one of the tracks from this collection. Playing very loudly. How about you go to half volume? How about you go to like 35% volume? Be gone, fiend! Wow, this is loud and clear. Okay, write down, gonna have to do audio balancing. But something like this. So we want to take this track and play it just on loop, really. We could also gather some collection of fitting tracks and play those like in a playlist. Could probably, currently am not, probably won't. So for that, I remember there is a script. No? Isn't it a script? I believe there is a script called Start Music or Play Music or something, which notably puts it, yes, it is Set Music, which is null safe. It takes the parameters in a nice way. It respects the music volume and the master volume, and it sets it to a globally trackable index. Let's just hear that loop one more time. So yes, it is going to be notable that, you know, the loop ends and restarts, but I think that's fine. I think that is perfectly beautiful. So, now, step one. Well, start with the trivial. As we start the game, we want to start this music, but do we want to just start it? Because what I mean is, do we want to just start it, or do we want it to fade in? I am thinking rather the latter. So that we can so that there's a gentler transitions. It's not a wall, because I've seen the waveform that this is. It is pretty loud to just start, so I would like it to be something more of a gentle transition. And we do want to set it to a loop. So, hey, do that. Do that, my dude. Hello. Music index. Well, I don't need to save the music index, I suppose. Which is good, because it's not getting returned out of here anyway. So, we are going to set music to sound. Well, first things first. I'm sorry, I know that this is a me thing, this is a industry professional kind of thing, but I am going to define the music in a constant, largely so that I can swap it out more easily. I have already done so. Wonderful. Okay. So we set the music to global.music.menu with don't need to care about priority, do want it to loop. At this point we could give it a random offset like I do to ambience, but I think I do just want it to start at the start. And I actually want to add a parameter to this function, which normally, again, this is fine because this function has never been used yet, but I want to be able to start the music at 0 volume so that I can then fade it in. But that's gonna be like so. Don't tell Daniel that I'm once again skipping an optional parameter. It's fine. It's fine, I swear. I can write undefined in the gap, I just don't want to. So, then we could use audio set. We could use some kind of, it might be sound, well, whatever. We could use a function to just set the gain gradually, but that would be a bad idea because it would not respect the volume setting, and that would be bad. We really don't want it to do that. Like so. Yes, audio sound gain. We do want to do this with that. So we want to duplicate this script to set the music gain, and that actually is going to have another very handy side effect that we can just call the script, and we can do so confident that it is going to locate the music even if we don't know where it is, because of course we have just assigned the music's playback ID to into this variable here, music sound index. So we know where it is, so we don't need the outside caller to pass us in, by the way, the music is at music sound index. We already know that. So I'll just change this so that it refers to the correct volume. And then and that's actually going to be that already. Now, out of this room handler, I can, in fact, I could make a fancier method that combines both of these things, which I just might, actually. So we're going to call this start music. And what it is going to do is it's going to take the music asset, and it is first going to start the music at a volume of 0, and this needs to be underscore music. This is going to be a type sound, and so start that. Start that with no priority given. We want it to loop, and we want it to be at volume 0. Excellent. Then, after that, we want to set music gain so that it goes to 1 volume and does so over the time of, I don't know. This could be configurable. So let's fade time, and this is going to be a parameter with a default value of 2000 milliseconds. It is going to be a number. Okay. So now literally all that we need to do is say dot music, and it's gonna be global.music.menu. Righto. Yeah, that'll be that. Now, this is going to have an issue, but not one that's going to immediately become evident. Haha! And I only had to turn it down by 90% in order for it to become reasonable. But right. Ignore that. We're going to get to that. But audio balancing is going to be a thing that we attack later. Now, if I load the save, what do you think is going to happen? That's right, the music isn't gonna stop. So, there are multiple ways to attack this. We could, of course, out of here, just on both of the places where we can possibly exit the menu, we can say stop music, or what is, I feel, well, we can create a failsafe in the parent object to that object power room handler. We can add a cleanup event such that if the music isn't stopped yet, then do so, and that is probably a good idea. Now, where did it put the cleanup event? Right here. Wait, is it? It's not putting these in alphabetical order because create comes after cleanup alphabetically. Oh well. So that is that, but I mean that's going to work fundamentally. That is going to work, but let me just stop the background music. That is going to work, but it's going to be a bit abrupt. Listen. Yes. And since this entire game's thing is it's comfortable transitions and avoiding shocks and just being the cutest little thing about. We would like this to be slightly gentler. So, what we're gonna do is we're going to just fade out the music. Now, this can be achieved in two different ways, by either calling set music gain directly, or we could make a new script that does so for us with default values. I am leaning towards the latter. Of course, we could make another controller object the way that we've done for ambience, but I don't feel like that's necessary exactly. So, we're just gonna make ourselves a script. Fade music, fade out music specifically. Fade out music. Yeah. This is for future proving. This is also going to take a fade time, which by default is 2000 milliseconds. Mostly so that I can mess with it easier. And well, all that it's going to do is it's going to set the music gain to 0 over a period of fade time. This may seem silly, but I promise making functions like this does have a point. It allows us to not care about how long the fade time is. It allows us to, instead of having to make a constant in the room handler for the menu and another elsewhere, or just writing in 2000 milliseconds here, instead of having to do that and then manually update it if we want a faster fade, we can just say fade out the music. I don't care how you do it, I care that you do it. Okay. So, there we go. Both when we load a new save and when we create one, we want to fade out the music as the black fade is created. So, load a save. It could be a bit faster, actually. Yeah. Could be a bit faster. Because, of course, the fade out doesn't take 2 entire seconds. Rather, it takes, without any labels to care about, it is going to take get fade time seconds. So how about we just match that? Get fade time. There we go. That could be quite good. So. Now I have but one place where I need to adjust this fade time, and it is updated everywhere at once. Let's give it another try. How does this sound? it's a bit abrupt, but don't hate it. Don't hate it. I mean, well, so there are two possible approaches here. Right now, I am on a hard time limit because if the music isn't faded out by the time that the room transitions, then it's just going to get stopped, and that is going to be audible. That's gonna be bad. So we need to either we need to make sure that the music is at least mostly faded out by the time the room transition happens, or we need to remove the failsafe and let the music play for another like 200 milliseconds in order to make for a gentler transition into the next room. But then it's going to overlap with the start of ambience there, and I'm not a fan of that. So I think this is fine the way that it is. Just perfect. Now, let's try. Did I really not put any kind of sound on these? I suppose I did not. Well, that's okay. That's just fine. Now, when we start a new game... Yeah, it is a bit quick, but... I think it's good. I think it is good. That is wonderful. Now, there is one large thing that we still need to approach, which is this. The music volume is correctly being used. If we listen, the music is trying to play, but it's just at 0 volume. But as it so happens, this right here, this confirmation sound actually uses the same set music function, and that's not ideal. That is suboptimal indeed, because it's going to play its thing, and then the main menu music isn't going to resume. So, we have options. We have options which are just not play a confirmation sound at all here. That would be an idea. Instead of playing a confirmation sound here, we can just, like, there is continuous music playing. We don't need to play a note to tell you what the volume is, because the volume is defined, or the volume is already audible by the music. I think I'm going to go with that, actually. I am going to go with that. I will, however, need to set the music volume, because, of course, this is game development and everything only happens if I explicitly say that it does happen. So I will need to add that. So let's try that. So this is going to be in object settings box. The object menu set. Playlist. Players, please. We don't need that track anymore. Object menu. Settings box. Right. This right here creates the volume slider. And we have an on music volume change function in which we're just gonna pull out that it sets the music. We're going to ignore that. Hello, Brent brother. How's life? I am actually having a pretty good day because GameMaker is only being a little bit insane, and isn't that all that we can ask for? You know, a little bit of insanity as compared to a lot of it. So, as I was just doing, on music volume changed. When we change the music volume, we want to, well, adjust the volume of the music. We want it to go up and down accordingly, for which we have the set music gain method. In which I'm just going to do a pro gamer move. Yeah, set it to full volume immediately, because the set music gain method already accounts for what the music volume is. So if I've done this correctly, aha! That wasn't 100% what I had intended to do with that method. It's intended to fade the music in and out, but we can also use it to just hard set the volume. Yeah! I'm glad you like it. I find I've given this music a good bit of listening. Like, this is from the playlist that I use for the stream, and I found it got the kind of energy that I want. A gentle, almost sounds like sunshine, right? Gentle kind of chill vibe. Now, with that taken care of, with us no longer stopping the music dead anytime we change its volume, I need to think, do I want to give credits for the music? Because I have this music from a sound pack made by Joel Stoidler, but like, I have purchased it, I have a license to use it commercially without credit. So I don't have to give credits, but maybe I just want to anyway. Yeah, it is up to me. And it's not so much that I'm debating, do I want to credit the artist? No, I do want to. It's more that, well, how am I going to make this happen? I think let's give it a try technologically, because that is going to include this kind of play button, yeah, where you can just, if you want to be sure which sound effect I've used, you can play it from this menu. So, I would like to do something similar with the music tracks, but I would like for that to be... So, what we need to take care of course, is when the music stops that we are previewing, we need to restart the main menu music. To which end, I suppose, let us do precisely that. So, in the room handler, where this is the correct one, yes, where we currently start this music. Let's see, I would like to be able to pause the music, and restart it as we stop the sample. Even if it is the exact same track, I would like it to continue from where we left off. So, we need to be able to keep track of and restart the music at the given offset. I like how you have so much focus on the music, haven't put half as much focus in mine. Yeah, I mean, I am very much working towards putting out a demo version of this game, which for me, that's just gonna have to involve that there is music, at least in the start menu. In the main gameplay loop, there actually isn't going to be. There is just going to be ambient sound instead. Partly because, listen, I have some good tracks, but I don't think I have enough music to not get on your nerves over extended play sessions. And also because this is a music-themed game, like one of the minigames is quite literally making your own music. And in that, I felt that it would rather get in the way if there's now also a guitar strumming along. So in order to be able to concentrate on this decently, wow, that's a lot of requirements. Pity I'm not doing them. In order to concentrate on this, there isn't music in the main game. I've just programmed this. The ambient sound gets a little quieter as as the music plays and it fades back in. Isn't that really cool? But yeah. But I suppose I've only briefly given you the elevator pitch, Brent. But Hit Idol is a game in which you are a high school teacher managing this idol club. You can have one or later in the game 2 bands, and you assist them through their training, which involves making songs, it involves drawing posters, practicing your dance routines, and man, ads. We hate ads. Well, I'm just gonna keep going, and as soon as ads are done, we can continue talking. So, now we can. Okay, wonderful. My apologies. Unfortunately, I would literally not run ads if I could. Twitch doesn't want you to talk about the most minute details about ads, but let's say if I had a quarter for every quarter that I've made from Twitch ads at all over the past month, I would not have a quarter. So, yeah, right. Your affiliate to... Oh, my mic is a bit loud. So, yeah, you know how it is. Ads are not for me. Ads are for Twitch, which is fair because streaming costs Twitch a lot of money. But so the point is you've got 4 different training activities which is songcraft. You can draw posters to advertise the bands with crayons because this is a high school club and your budget is 0. You can practice dance routines, and last one is a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire kind of game where you practice for interviews by getting a question and you need to select the most idol-like answer, which might not be the most factually right answer, because of course an idol is part persona. So you need to think, what's cute? What's going to excite the fans? Right? So it may not be the most factual answer, though a factual answer is always going to be at least not bad. It just might be boring. And like so, you... let's start the game again real quick. In that way, you accompany your idols through their training, and it is also heavily focused on the idols as characters. So let's go here and here. So when you properly accompany them, I should I'm sorry. Every time I get myself, because Poster Artistry is a gacha game, not as in random chance, but it is a gacha game where you do remember how the band looks, right? So this is Magic Shine. It's made of Butterfly, Crimson, Elf, and Queen. Okay. Because if you don't pay attention and you try to go into Poster Artistry without remembering which band we're talking about, then you're going to have an issue. Butterfly, Queen, Elf, and where is it? By the way, it's literally an intended gameplay mechanic that everything stacks up and you need to dig through stuff to find the thing you actually are looking for. You know, like a cramped teacher's desk with way too many papers. I am so happy that this is actually coming through. So, right here we've got the band name, we've got all members' names without anyone else, so that you don't just, you know, put everyone. You can... Yeah. I'll show you in a sec how to do this. It's actually really simple. It uses subtract draw mode, but I do really love how it looks. You can even shine through to fully complete the illusion. There's a few, like this O does not make sense because there's no connection, but don't worry about it. So we further need to it's a surface with negative or subtract draw mode, where I draw the surface and then I draw the sprite onto it, and that's actually all there is to it. I then also draw the outline by like I then also draw an outline by shifting it like up 1 pixel, right 1 pixel, and so on, and drawing it in black, which I find helps make it readable. And you can also, of course, draw freehand, like with real crayons. I spent a lot of time on this. In fact, the first few months of development were just these minigames. I wanted to get these super right. Note how it is aligned to a grid. So that's that. We have successfully completed the minigame, which is very cool. And we get dialogue. Apparently, Butterfly and Queen have never talked on this save. So there are 8 idols. Each of them have 3 others with whom they have conversations, which makes for 12 dialogues. And each of them is 8 of these dialogue episodes, which was... I spent a lot of time writing this. Like, I spread it out over time, of course, but it took quite a while to get these well and proper. The display on the save is a little broken, don't worry about it. And I think the stories have come out quite well for being in the medium of exclusively dialogue. So you don't have a narrator, you don't have, they're just photos talking to each other. So the only way I have to communicate that anything's happening is to have the idols themselves say it. For that medium, it's come out very nicely. And I think there are some very cute stories happening. So here, this is... well, the inspiration was Mastermind. Initially, it was quite literally Mastermind, that the game thinks of a combination and you need to guess it. But that didn't really work at this resolution and it was kind of awful. So I rethought, and now you just need to make some combination that meets all of these requirements. Pardon me. So we need to put a step back in the second half, we need to put a clap in the first, and here's a little secret. I don't verify that you fully fill the combination. So if you meet all the requirements, then you can just leave. Ooh. Isn't this intriguing? Are you intrigued yet? I do also like little peek behind the curtain. These two are twin sisters, and since I don't use real voice acting or even the I'm gonna say Undertale style pseudo voices, or really it's Banjo-Kazooie style, respect your ancestors. Instead, it's a little music sting, and theirs are connected. Tiger sets up a progression that Squilly finishes. Isn't that cute? That's super cute, I feel. Right, so that's the basic of that. I'm just gonna restart the game from here. So, you train your idols, you make them the best idols that they can possibly be, train them with the big goal of one day going to Starfield Sky Festival, going to the big stage, and taking revenge on your old foes. There's a list of 5 villains who have deeply wronged Teacher in their past and ruined Teacher's career. After many years of studying for a PhD, Teacher was left with functionally nothing. So, by the means of the idols, justice will be done. But that's the basic conceit of it. So, I am, as I said, I feel I am very close to a publishable demo version. That's what I'm working on right now, putting the final touches on it. I've got a playtest today and tomorrow with different testers to see if there's anything that still needs adjusting. And presumably, like over the course of the coming time, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be tomorrow. I'm not gonna say it's going to be. I'm not even gonna say it's going to be by next weekend, definitely, but very soon I'm gonna put this out. So yes, I will be putting it on Steam. This will be, I'm thinking, $10 for the price point. I know a person who is like a consultant for indie video game developers. So when the time comes to set a price point for it, I'll be asking them. But you know, like in the region of $5 to $10. My apologies, I've left my email program on. So yeah. The point is, this will be a actual full commercial release because I feel it is worth of that. For the immediate future, I will be putting this on itch.io, and I am working on getting it approved for Steam. Like there's an application process where you fill in your tax information, you have to pay a $100 fee for each product that you release, but if it does even modestly well, you can recoup that out of Steam's share of the profit. So I'm working on that. Once Steam is properly set up, we're gonna be on there. It's just that there's at least a 1 month waiting period, so it has been submitted. I'm working on it. But in the meantime, I'll be putting up an itch page with the demo. Once Steam is ready, I'm gonna put up a Steam page with the demo, and then the plan is to do the full release on Steam. So, but to work on this release, gotta do that. So, what we were talking about is I want to pause the music and resume it once we have that. So what we can do for that, there isn't there a literal pause? Yeah, we can just pause the sound and resume it later. And for that, since we store the sound ID of the music, we can, well, we can just do that. So pause music, put this into a global script, because I don't think the music is quite complicated enough to warrant a controller object like Ambience has. But audio paused sound. Audio pause sound global dot music sound index. By the way, not to rush you or anything, but what are your plans, Brent? I felt, well, certainly your game, it's probably not finished yet. It didn't look like it, but are you planning on a commercial release or just a free indie game? Or what are your intentions? Yeah, that's actually all that we need to do. And we need a secondary paired function. Resume music. Working towards putting the game on Steam, still in development. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm not going to release this like as a full release next week either. This is just going to be the demo version with the first 10 weeks, I think. Well, with the first bit of the game in it. Yeah, it's going to be... Actually, this sheet is wrong. Because the demo ends when the plot hook of the villains is introduced. So you can look at the villains, but when you go to end that week and play the minigames, instead transitions to the demo end screen. So you get to play 9 weeks and then you're done. And that much content is pretty finished. So I figure I may as well put the demo out, and I think, again, no hard promises, but I should be able to get this done by summertime. Like end of June, maybe. Don't quote me on that. But we are pretty close. So, thanks. I am certainly hoping that all's going well. And currently it doesn't look broken. There is still some content that needs to be added. I don't have the end of the story. Like, I know what happens. There's going to be 2 or 3 potential endings, but even though I know what happens, it needs to be written out, and then of course it needs to be coded. There's going to need to be some special exceptions that when you actually qualify to play at Starfeld Sky Festival, obviously that's not going to work exactly the same way. That is going to be the end of the game, so that's going to need some special scripting. And from there, there's also some stuff to just fill out the mid-game, because right now it kind of peters out pretty quick after the first 3 months, but the game is 2 semesters long. It runs from the start of August to the 1st of June the next year. So that's 42 weeks, and that needs more. Yeah. Yes, I suppose. Why is the brain being done? Yes, 42 weeks is 10.5 months. No worries, take care. I'll be live for a bit more. I don't know what time zone you're in, but I'll be live for another hour and 20 minutes. And actually, I'm just about to go on break, so no worries. If you're back in time, see you then. Otherwise, see you tomorrow or see you whenever. I'll be here. I'll be happy if you can come to hang out. Otherwise, no stress. Oh, and thanks for the follow. Alright, enjoy your dogs, I suppose. Right, and I think this is just about the best point where I can take a break. With these functions made, we are going to want to make a credits object, like object menu music credit, so that we can pause and resume the music from when that previous played. So, but first, nature is calling to me, so I am going to attend to that, stretch my legs a bit, and feel free to do the same. I'll be back in a few minutes time, don't go too far. We're going to certainly finish implementing this music credit if I can help it, and then that's going to be the playtestable version of the demo, I think. Well, I've only got so much time to finish it, so it's gonna have to be, but no, seriously. I think I've pretty much got the content down, so see you in a bit. let us continue. Yeah, I've just been looking through the Twitch directory for some other stream that's once we wrap up in, let's remind ourselves, I'm going to be live for another hour or so. But afterwards, we can maybe pop in on them. But for now, for our show, what we have is a music credit, which is going to be fundamentally the same thing as a sound credit. In fact, we may want to go so far as to use parentage, because it's even going to use a sound credit as the input, right? It's going to use that. So all that we really need is when the play button is clicked, instead of just playing the sound, we want to play the sound, which in this case is going to be the music asset, and we want to well, keep playing it until the playback is stopped. In which case, which can happen in one of two ways. Well, we've got options. We can either we just start the music track at the start, play it once, and then we're done. That's the easy way. In that case, we do need to, when we are done, we need to make sure to resume the music. The secondary option is that rather than playing it once and then we're done, we are going to play it on loop until the user manually stops it. I mean, either one would work. Manual stopping would be a little easier because it would keep us from having to track when the sound ends. Now, how do I currently do this? I don't 100% remember. I think, yeah, this is from the credit play button. It uses the async audio playback ended event. And when the sound finishes, it uses it calls on sound finished right here to do a bunch of stuff to properly update its display and whatnot. So really all that we need to do is we need to be able to hook into here and when the sound playback finishes, we want to resume the music, and when we start it, well, we want to pause the music. That's easy enough. So actually, we don't even need a wholly distinct music credits object. All that we need is we need this play button to behave differently. Now, there are different ways to do so. It's a bit unfortunate that so out of the the object menu credits, no, edit object credits box, yes, out of the credits list, we can create the music credits here. I'm also noting that I don't have a translated label for music here, which is more than slightly unfortunate. Let us very quickly solve for time as I insert this into the translated data. So this needs to be here, copy this, pasta it to over there, music, and you have a value of quote music. There we go. Super easy, super fast. Now, this goes in the translated file. Need to remove the tab. There we go. Okay, back to here. So, what's unfortunate is that we have the distinction here in the credits list, but if we just create a sound credit object, then of course it's going to behave the same way. Now, the Java developer in me wants to create a child class or child object to object menu sound credit, which is going to be like so. This is going to be, where is it? There it is. Here's the parentage. Object menu sound credit. This just does everything mostly the same, except instead of creating a play button, it creates a like music play button. Or maybe we don't even strictly do that. Instead of creating a different play button where we need to hook in, and remember we want to change this function here on sound finished and start playback. But maybe we don't do that, because maybe what we do instead is we provide two functions for the play button to tell the parent, hey, I've just started and stopped playback. Because right now the button is calling up to schedule redraw box surface anyway, and that is not the cleanest thing. On playback started, because that means that the play button is aware that it's inside a scrollable box. It's aware that its parent is precisely that thing that it currently is. So what I think we are gonna do is we're going to provide this callback function here, which is then going to schedule redraw box surface. And likewise, when we stop on sound finished, when we finish playing the sound, yeah, we provide another callback, which in this case, right now, it just does the same thing. In both cases, we want to make sure that the box's display is updated. And what we're going to do before that is, my legs are getting pretty tired. So, I'm going to fetch my chair and continue streaming like so. Okay. Now, this is going to do precisely the same thing, but again, it is going to allow us to... Sorry, lots of music playing over each other. Yeah. Right, so now, this display is being updated not because the play button is explicitly telling the parent to redraw the box surface, but the play button is just saying, hey, I've just started playback. And that is good. That means that we can, theoretically, we could put this play button wherever. It does still require the parent to have these callback functions, but they can do whatever. Such as, they can now also, well, not here, although, I mean, we can try that. It's probably not going to sound good, but I'm willing to try it. What it's going to do now is for any given sound credit, it's going to pause the music as long as it's playing. Yeah, no, that just sounds like the game only has one single audio track. So I'm not into that, but so from here we can now make the music credit, which is pretty much the exact same thing as a sound credit. Sprite menu credit. This is just the same thing, except it is going to extend this playback function. It's going to extend the callback. So for that, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to make a super on playback started method, because inheritance is a bit funny in GameMaker. One could also say it's a huge bother, as one likes, but essentially in GameMaker you can make inheritance, but it's a bit awkward because this is just setting a field, right? The instance is going to have a field called onSoundFinished, and it's going to have this sorry, I've named it the wrong way. Super onSoundFinished, there it is. It is going to have a field with this name, which is going to have that value. That may sound trivial, but functionally in GameMaker, that means that methods are just the same thing like numbers, like any other field that you can assign. It means you can also reassign them super easily, and I found that this fundamentally would not require me to create a separate super method. Super referring to the super type, so the parent class. But the reason why I do have to do this is that GameMaker is weird with it. It like half has function declarations and yet it doesn't fully. Basically, if I want to go like some field equals on playback started. You can do that. You can reassign the method, and I used to do that, but with a semi-recent update that actually broke. So if you try to then call the super method out of the original method, even if it is properly reassigned and there's no reason why it should refer to the same method, you get an infinite loop. So that's a whole lot of words that probably don't mean anything to anyone. I certainly don't know what I was trying to say. The point is, you want to separate it into an actual method and a super method. At this point, the original on playback started method is no longer going to be executed. It's just going to be this one in a music credit. And what we want to do here is just do the same thing, but on sound finished, we want to call the super on sound finished and resume the music. There we go. Everything else that we do can be exactly the same, because we want this to be just like a normal sound credit. So that's going to be that. From here on out, we need to make sure that this is, well, actually entered as a credit. We also need to make sure that it is registered as a translation key. So that's going to be menu credits list. So it's going to be further up. Sort your stuff. Sort it alphabetically. You will thank yourself. Music, translation key. And we further need to have an actual sound credit for it. Actually, I've already taken care of that. Wonderful. Then, nextly, go to the credits list and, well, create these music credits. Do I want these to be in this order? Not exactly. I think I want it to be sound. I want it to be sound, then ambience, then fonts, then music. So create group label with the label X. You know, this could actually be a constant field, but here we are. Translation keys of music. And then we're going to create all music credits, which of course is going to take a very similar form to the create all sound credits and whatnot. Move this up here so that the functions are defined in the same order as they're called. But function create all music credits. That's gonna be that. Extract them from the global structure. There's an array there. Then just iterate through that array. Music credits for each one, create a music credit. This needs to be a function that doesn't yet exist. And add some Y padding after we are done with the music credits. So finally implement create music credit which takes a music credit. This is a type sound credit. And then we do the same thing as up here, really. this could be made more generic. In fact, I might just do that. Yeah. Yeah. Sound credit and font credit do not share a common ancestor, because I didn't bother to do so. But function create credit. Hey, Lopi, 2 for 7. Thanks for the follow. Pretty cool. Pretty cool of you. So this is going to take the class of the credit that we want to create, which is going to be sound credit, music credit, or font credit. I'm saying that word a lot. I'm sorry. And it's going to take the data. Right. Now, we cannot type check either of these arguments because there's no common ancestor of sound credit and font credit, and there is no way in GameMaker to check whether a given reference points to an object class. So we're just gonna have to do this without it. Without type checking. So then we just steal the code that we've been doing so far. This is called refactoring. When you this happens all the time, right? It's when you take code that exists and make it prettier in some way. Don't change this functionality, but make it better. Make it more legible, improve the naming, or just clean up how it works. In this case, moving all of it together into the same function, so that instead of having this block for all of it, this needs to be menu music credit. There we go. Instead of having this for all of it, I just have a single one-line function call for everything. And I can replace this with create credit, which is going to be an object menu font credit with the font credit for data. And likewise, we can replace this. It is quite commonly a good idea, if you're doing the same thing, put it into a function, call that function from everywhere that you are doing it. It's going to be an object menu sound credit. That's for data. It just makes your code more concise. And it means that if you want to change it, you change it in one place. If it breaks, you know where it's happening. Especially if you're setting variables, then I beg you. Yeah, okay, it's not launching properly. And that is because I am a DOM. Because I am not properly referring to this array here. I need to refer to its length to turn it into a number that we can iterate over. Especially if you're setting values, you need to be really careful with that, and I would highly advise that you only ever set variables in one place. People make fun of Java for having getters and setters defined for everything, even if all they do is assign or return a value. But drink break. But if you just make it the habit that everywhere you set the value, you call the setter, then you always have the context. The value is being assigned here, and any other reference is going to use some other method. that gives you so much powerful context. Something's going wrong here, but that's fine, that's a display issue. So, okay, this is working. I'm not 1000% happy with it yet, but it is working as such. Of course, this is going to be awkward when we pause the music to put on the same music. But that awkwardness aside, it is doing precisely what I wanted of it. We can pause the music, and when we stop playing the sound sample, that's working. So, just gonna really quickly check. Yep, that's his website, by the way. Feel free to check him out. I'm not associated with this person beyond having purchased his music, but it sounds pretty cool. So, on that metric alone, it seems like a pretty cool person. I neither have nor need any additional reasons. Now, I think what is going to be happening here, if you look, there is not any space between the ambience credits and the fonts, and I know why that is too. Because I'm just not creating that space. That's why. Look, here. Looky here. After creating the ambience credits, you'll note we are not adding Y padding. So we just gotta do that, and then it's gonna be good. We do not want to add Y padding. Actually, I guess we might as well. Somehow it appears to be working perfectly. Yeah, right. And I know why. Because when we add Y padding, we're not like inserting empty space into the box. We're just adding to the offset, saying, okay, after this element, there should be additional space. So that when we create the ambience label, we leave additional space. That's pretty cool. But even though we do so after the music, there's not empty space to scroll to, because there's nothing that follows it. Easy enough. Okay, so then we actually got through everything that I wanted to today. Well, not 100% of it. And I think we're probably not going to be able to finish it, but we can get started on the idea. So, what I want to do is, when you start a mini game, I want there to be an ambience stinger. So a little bit of ambient sounds that leads you into that minigame. So I have somewhat prepared those sounds. For instance, let's start on poster artistry. On poster artistry, you draw posters to advertise your band. That means, in this case, I would like to put like some papers shuffling, crayons, drawing, that kind of stuff. Try to put that just as a little intro to the room while the fade-in is playing. Afterwards, and let's say for hop, step, smile, the exclamation point is part of the name. For hop, step, smile, we want to maybe have, well, a bit of dancing sounds. For this, I've extracted the sounds of ballet shoes squeaking on floor. We'll see how that works, but you know. Hello, Brent. That was a quick walk. Hope it was nice. Right here, it is... Actually, the weather isn't too bad. But go away, sun. It would mess up my lighting if I let the sun in. It's cold, but it's actually kind of dry. It's been less nice weather. It's been less nice weather the past few days, but it's not like I have to go outside, so who am I to care, really? So, ambient singers. Intros to the minigames. How exactly those sound is, I think, also secondary. Just, I want to be able to play an ambient singer. Which, what I thought up is there's going to be like 2 sounds or a little bit of sound followed by a random laugh. If we really quickly solve this here, no immediate repetitions. I might cut this requirement because it's kind of not doing anything. Like, yeah, it prevents you from putting immediate repetitions, but that only matters when it rolls wink 2 or more times, or you know, any move 2 or more times. So it's not the most relevant requirement. I think I'm going to remove that. But if we finish this, I've got a small collection of laugh sounds. So, because I've got a very specific kind of I've got a very specific kind of vibe here. You may have guessed from the just colorful art, from the pink and smiles and hearts everywhere. Anytime that I think, how should this look? The answer is like like Butterfly's Notebook. Butterfly is a teenage girl who's really, really into idol pop music. So that's my vibe. That's my art direction. And hey, it works, I think. So in accordance with this arts direction, I want this singer to finish on a laugh. Have I ever played Heartful Boyfriend? I have not. I have never heard of this. Visual novel. Anyway. No, oh, I'm having an ancient neuron activation. Every character except the protagonist is sentient birds. I feel like I have heard of that. But well, anyway. Anyway, that's that. Yes. Leaving that aside, there is one important difference I would like to stress on Hit Idol. You do not date the idols. You are the teacher. Sometimes the idols date each other, but it is not that kind of game. just to be clear, because they are 18, but they are pupils under your protection, so don't get any more ideas. So, but what did I want to do? Right, so for the ambience controller, I already have a method that would be the starting point for this. I just need to think, how am I going to do this? It's probably going to involve that I am going to make like a switch statement here. So switch, no, yes, room. Switch based on the room that we are in. Or I might also... Well, there are different ways to do this. I'll just start on one and we'll go from there. The reason that I'm currently uncertain is that there are variants for the minigames. As I've implied, the full story of the game involves delivering justice to your old enemies, and for that there are variants on the minigames. So each one, who used that kind of word here? Variant, that's the one. For each one there's a variant minigame, which, because I am a Java developer through and through, these rooms are actually mostly the same. They use 99% the same assets, just with very minor twists, which I found really cool. Now, for all that it's worth, I could just give the room handler a parameter, hey, by the way, you're the variant, but I decided to instead have a variant room handler which handles the setup and and which has different behavior. So these room handlers here, there's one for poster artistry and there's one for escape artistry, stuff like that. But largely they are, well, they are largely the same thing. Use a lot of copy-pasted assets. Wish I could draw unique animations for each character, but I'm only one man with not much time to work. Yeah, I'm in a good enough position, I feel, because I only need to work 4 days a week to, like, you know, make ends meet. I could work for 5 days, but having tasted the forbidden fruit of a 4-day week, I'm never going back. And it gives me very good time to work on Hit Idol. I just need to be careful to not turn it into a 7-day week. I've gotten quite close to that and I don't want that. Because that is just way too stressful and way too much time that I don't have. But, so the point is, strictly speaking, these rooms are different. But, you know, I can think of some way to distinguish that. For now, use the basic. The basic is going to be like room, let's say room poster artistry. I'm sorry, can you not switch on a room in Game Maker? Oh, sorry. You need the right case, you also need to... Well, I think there are some ways to write a switch statement in Java that no longer require a case word, but no, even in an enhanced switch, you do still need to write case. You can just make it more compact. But hey, listen, can I talk about Java really fast? You see this? You see how this is really clunky and you need to... I think I'm just going to return out of the function once I've done my thing, and there's going to be a function like play ambient singer poster artistry, something like that, so that I have that, or I might make a different function. You know, we're still exploring. You know how this is really awkward, and I mean, this is okay, but if you want to return something out of here and you have multiple cases, then you need to write case this, return that, case that, return this. Do you want to see something really cool? Return switch thing. One goes into, like, let's say this is a really basic stringify number. You can do that in Java. You can make a switch that evaluates to an expression. Yes. You might still have to write the... this is called an inline switch, I think. Blah blah blah. Words. No, it's called a switch expression. Yes, you would still have to write case this. Yeah. So, I mean, this is completely irrelevant to GameMaker because you can't do it in GameMaker. This is purely a Java thing. But in Java, you can use switch to evaluate to a value, instead of having to execute some code. And to make it more compact, instead of having to do all this case, colon, write code, break or return stuff, you can just map it onto values. That's called yielding a given value, which is instead of returning, it puts that value out of the switch. Right, but that's just the kind of pleasure that I get from my day jobs. Yeah. I think in GameMaker you have to use this structure, or in this case I'm using return because I don't want to do anything else, so I think it would actually be cleaner to just use break, because otherwise you're going to have a ton of return statements. If you want to return a thing out of a switch, that's not horrible, but you need to be aware of what you do. So, but for now, let's just make poster artistry work. So, I want to queue up some sounds. Pardon me. I want to queue up sounds so that we play sound A, then we play sound B, then we play a laugh. So I mean, just do that, I suppose. Function u singer, which is going to take an array of sounds. So is type sounds array, an array of sounds, and we want to queue these up. So singer queue equals sounds, and we want to start playing the first one. So play queued stinger sound. And this is still going to use the ambient volume. So let me just get rid of that. So we're going to call a different function here, play cute stinger sound, because we're going to reuse this every time that a stinger sound completes. So we're gonna grab if the stinger, sorry, one after the other, array is empty, stinger queue. This is a script that I made myself, don't worry about it. It just checks whether the length of the array is 0, because that's a function that we have in Java and I was not willing to go without it. Sure, it's the same thing as checking is the length of the array 0. Quite literally it is. That's just all that it does. But putting a different name on it does help give you the context that I truly do mean, is this array empty, rather than looking at the length. It makes it easier to read. So play random laughter and return out of here. Otherwise, we want to grab a sound that we want to play. So grab the first out of the stinger queue and then play ambience with this sound. And that is going to return us out the sound ID, yes. So stinger sound ID is that. Okay, and now what that is going to enable us to do is, we don't currently have that event created. This is pretty much why I have the ambience controller, by the way. This is a whole object, which means we can put events on it. So if finds async sound ID does not equal stinger sound ID, we want to return out. Basically, this event is going to fire anytime any sound stops playing, and we want to be sure that it is just the stinger sound that we are looking at. So if the stinger sound that we did start did just finish, then we want to play the next cute stinger sound. There. This uses async, but I think beyond async being a little scary, like, it's pretty simple, it just works. It's a whole lot easier than trying to use alarms and checking how long each sound asset is. I think this is a very elegant way to go about it. So now then, all that we need to do from here is we need to queue a stinger, which is hello. This is the part where I'm just gonna have to play around with this. Global sounds, not ambience, that's the thing. We're just gonna use actual sound effects, so we're going to use, let's say, drop paper. Still using an older version from April 2024, but I do like the way this version presents the code. Yeah. I really like the new code editor. It is not without flaws. This version, it's from November. I would have thought they would have put out an update by now, but I guess not. Um, but I really like just having the full screen code as default. Um, you can update your game maker and, you know, if there's no other problems, you can still use the old code editor. This is strictly speaking still preview and you need to opt into it. The drawing sound, just go with this for now. And yeah, there is still workspace. It's a little, actually we can just open a new tab, and that is how you still edit everything except code. But if you it's like somewhere in the settings you can opt into the new code editor. Otherwise it's gonna work exactly as you're used to. You can also keep the old code editor. So that shouldn't be an obstacle to updating. But I just really love having all these events combined. You're welcome, no problem. And all that. I have a pretty large screen, as you may be able to tell. Yeah. I have a 4K monitor, so a good bit of code fits on it. And I used to code in these tiny windows. In fact, I would have the code windows at default size, right? Which fits like this much code at best. Because I am not normal, which is gonna say. But real fast, before we get too far off track, Stinger sound ID is no one, and Stinger Q is an empty array. There. So I used to code in the tiny code windows, and well, I don't need to tell you, right? Old code editor is terrible. You can jump to enum definitions. Now you can jump to function definitions, which works sometimes. GameMaker is still terrible at making recommendations, but it's better at least. I should invest in something in that. I mean, 4K is certainly something that you have to get used to. I definitely changed the font size to be significantly larger because I figure, like, you don't need that much code on the screen at once anyway. Like, if my screen is filled with one function, then that function is too big. I know there's also a lot of people who like to turn monitors vertically with the philosophy that code also shouldn't be that wide, which is fair, but I prefer the horizontal view, personally. So let's continue. Strictly speaking, this would be safe to call play ambient singer for room. It would be safe to do that in any room handler, although we need to have created an ambience controller. So let's go to the minigame room handler, because, well, you know, I say that, but Teacher's Kitchen also has an ambience controller, and the toaster sound that I made would kind of be perfect for the Stinger, where you transition into Teacher's Kitchen. There's there's like the sound of coffee boiling, there's a toaster popping up. That's something that I'll think about. I'll have to think of different random noises for Teacher's Kitchen, or maybe there just isn't any. Right? Because if teacher doesn't have roommates, then while they are sitting at the table, nothing much is going to happen in the background. I'll keep that in mind. But for now, we want to, as the room starts, we also want to ambience controller lay ambient stinger for room, which is our current one. I guess we don't need to give it that. We can just make this a no parameters function, because this doesn't need to be a variable. We know what room we are in. GameMaker provides that. So let's give that a shot. This is specifically for poster artistry. Listen carefully. It crashes! Because I didn't rename the function. Oh. One moment. I wished GameMaker had more usable function renaming. The new code editor actually does have rename identifier. It's just a really bad idea to use it, because it will rename something somewhere. I've seen it quite literally rename something that was named something completely different. It didn't like contain the name that I wanted to change. It just changed a different identifier, and it didn't change the method name that I wanted it to. So take care on that one. It certainly ain't IntelliJ, but yesn't. So it does play the stinger, but it doesn't keep playing it. And that is why. Let's find out. Why is that? Why is that? I need to reset this here. But it should assign this to the sound. Should assign this to the sound ID of the ambient sound we just played. Unless, of course, I am incompetent, which seems to be our only answer here. So, hiding the game real fast, we do stop in play cute stinger sound. And at this point, our variables are that the stinger Q still has one item in it. But when we play it, we never go to the second execution of it. So, what's happening? Yes, I know, thank you. Well, it certainly is catching every single sound that ends. So, that was the one that we wanted to catch. So, let's see. Our stinger sound ID. Is this correctly set? Is 400,028. Find async sound ID is 0. Well, there's your problem. Thank you. Oh, sorry, that's just the ambience playing naturally. Yeah, you'll note that the smile and blush is throughout the entire game too. That really just fell into place. I figured when I am going to make a real proper logo, it's going to be something else. I even had a pretty specific idea for what, but eventually I realized I already have a logo, and it is a smile, which comes from here, from these anonymous drawings. And I just kept putting it everywhere because it is so twee, it perfectly fits the aesthetic. So I put it into the logo of the game, I put it on every loading screen. And then, whether or not I wanted to, I already had a logo. Which, well, that's at least going to be the case for as long as I make Hit Idol. Probably, you know, I'm not going to stop after Hit Idol. Ideally, you know, if we can live in magical Christmas land, after Hit Idol, I'm going to have enough of a success that I don't need to work my day job anymore, and I would be able to focus on game development for income. That would be pretty cool. So then I would certainly love to do so and focus on it, but even if we live in these slightly more realistic worlds, that's not going to happen. Hit Idol is... yeah, I'm going to be happy if Hit Idol buys me a chocolate bar, which is like 1 copy sold. I think we can pass that bar. And I'm certainly not going to stop developing games after that. So, but, oh, the problem is that I am an idiot. Can you see it? Can you tell what the problem might be? I keep doing this. Somehow, for some reason, I keep wanting to put not in front of an equals when the proper way to do this is not equals. That's the dream. I was working on a project in 2023 that I spent a year on, but I stopped because managing the scope is very important. Hey, Hit Idol was intended to be a small practice project because I had something else in mind that I'm not sure I'm ever going to end up making, but it's the kind of game that I always figured, well, someday I want to develop games and I'm going to make this project. But that was just wishful thinking, and eventually, I know exactly who. Good old Yahtzee Croshaw, in his Dev Diary series, pretty much literally said to the effect, nothing's stopping you, Game Maker is free, go and develop games. And with that advice and also encouragement from 4 of Pirate Software, disclaimer, I'm not an active viewer of that person. Yahtzee Croshaw, the zero punctuation / now what's it called? Fully Ramblomatic person. You've probably heard of him. Zero Punctuation was a huge hit. Who's just an all-around creative person. He's a pretty creative guy. He's written multiple novels, he's made several indie games, and yeah, like him and Four, who, oh, I forgot the music stopped playing. Right, Four also has his site. It's called, oh, dude, that's amazing. That's so perfect. Oh man, I'm glad I recorded the moment that that happened, because I want the face I made to be preserved for all eternity. That is so perfect. That is secondary only to the first time that I put ambient sound in at all. And yeah, it's such a massive difference between dead silence and just this, gentle loop of, like, this is an air control unit playing. Which pack had those giggles? I got these off of Free Sound. So it's gonna be, I think there's one more. Yeah. Like, just search on freesounds.org. Search laughing, giggling, giggles. You'll find it. When I put out the demo, you'll be able to click on those links. But that's where I got them from. But so to go back to the point, yeah, you don't need to be a huge studio. You can develop games. It may not look like it, but Hit Idol was just made by me. Everything is from me. I've been working on this for a good while. It's clocking in around 660 hours spent on it, so it's a good while. But you can develop games. You absolutely can. You can make art in whatever style you can manage, be it doodles, be it pixel art, be it whatever. You can find sounds, you can find music. Sometimes you might not even have to, right? Again, I was dreading that I would have to add music to Hit Idol, but I think having just this ambient track with the clock slowly ticking, with the AC, or there's also a rain track. If we can, yeah, there it is. You can make games, and whether or not you sell them, anything's fine. It is important to manage your expectations, but if you've got a brain in... Sorry. If you've got a game inside your brain, you can make it happen. Maybe you can't make the biggest AAA, the next Cyberpunk 2078, but without the glitches. Maybe that's not happening by yourself, except unless you want to put in a whole lot of time, but you can. Just do it. Just start doing it. Since that's the same philosophy with which I started writing. Like, it's now, I keep saying, yeah, it's 13 and some years ago that I just started creative writing, because quite literally I had grown infatuated with a certain fanfic site, and I had read literally everything that was on there, and then I wanted more, so I made my own. And this can be remembered as a mistake that Toraka made. But here we are now. Yeah, you just do it. Of course, it's going to be, um, to put it bluntly, the first few things that you make are going to be crap. That's just facts. But out of the crap, you improve. Every project is going to be better than the last. I say that with the literal pep talk scrap on screen. But yeah, so I always wanted to develop games, and with that kick, I just started doing it. And who knows, maybe I'll get to my dream game, though having thought it over now with some game dev experience, I'm not positive that it would actually be interesting. I guess I'll just describe it real fast, because if I make it, then it's going to be in the far future. The basic idea is it would be a time loop game in which you wake up on the day of a village festival, and you have your wonderful festival, you eat, you play games, all that stuff. And over the course of the evening, during a fireworks show, everybody in the village starts mysteriously dying. Toraka has super dark humor, by the way, you should maybe know this about me. And as is custom for time loop games, eventually you too find your end, but because you are under the protection of a benevolent time goddess, you awaken the same morning of the festival. And there's your setup. We know how time loop games work, like think Outer Wilds. So you don't get to grind levels or anything. Your character does not change. You have a fixed amount of time until the bad time happens, and you need to figure out how can you stop it? What's going on? And the theme of the game would then further be, naturally, you need to puzzle out how can you best spend your time, how can you get what you need, the equipment, possibly companions. It would also have a theme, so you would have a sister who is, however, bedridden because she has some magical illness that if she exerts herself too much, she quite literally falls to dust. And the heart-wrenching twist would be that in order to make it to the end of the game, insofar as that, you would need her assistance. So you would have to take her with you into the forest, and eventually her time would come. Naturally, like, she's not dying for good, because time is looping, right? Until you realize, well, if you manage to figure it out and the time loop ends, then yeah, she is dead. That would be a bit of a heartbreaker, wouldn't it? I'd also, eventually, if you talk with her enough, it would be revealed that she is fully aware of the time loop where no one else is, and she's still willing to do that for you. But so there would be that, and the full theme of the game would be hopelessness, really, because I'm just gonna talk about the full story as I've had it in mind now. You would eventually reach an overlook where a master wizard is channeling a spell to enact the mass death of the village. But he's not evil as such. Well, he's maybe crazy, but his intentions are to save the village from worse, because you can actually convince him without fighting to um, stop the spell and let everyone live. But he has seen the future, and he knows that disease and famine are going to run over the village, so it's not going to get better from here. And quite literally that is going to happen. If you stop him, then we're going to play a cutscene where that takes place, and eventually you succumb to the famine and awaken at the start of the time loop. So I was thinking that the game maybe just doesn't have a proper ending. There is nothing that you can change. There is no escape here. So yeah, that's that's a downer, isn't it? uh, that's So that was the dream game I wanted to work towards, but eventually the scope of Hit Idle grew, and it changed from idle management, but everyone's happy, where, I don't know, maybe this is just my personal perception, but with, what's it called, Needy Girl Overdose, was it? Is that a real game? Needy Streamer Overload, that's the one, right? That was just about current when I started Hit Idle, and it's this generic game where you have a band of idols and you're vying for popularity, and in order to be the most successful business, you need to abuse your idols until they are very stressed and doing bad stuff. And I didn't want that. I wanted the twist of the game to be that there is no twist. Everyone's happy. This is a high school club, you're not driving your idols into despair. And initially it was supposed to just be a little light game like that. The villains list came later, but I'm happy with where we've ended up. So, how long have I been working on this game? It's, as I recall, it is just about 2 years at this point. It was after I published Kern, which let me just real fast. Sorry, that link is not there. Let me just dump a link on you, if you want to check it. I published that on GX Games because at the time I was on a free license, but GX Games is better than it used to be. So I have published this in April 2023, so it would be coming up on 2 years that I've been working on Hit Idle, though I wasn't always working as intensely as I am now. Previously, in particular in summer 2023, there was a big period where I just didn't know what I wanted to make of it, because at the time it was just, you have a band of idols, you assign them to a training activity, they do this training activity off screen, and you go back to the table. So there was no game here. Hey, Copscoat! Thank you so much for the raid. Unfortunately, I am ending my stream myself, but hey, hello Raiders! I'll be live tomorrow at 9 AM Central European Time. If you wanna see me put the finishing touching on the demo version of this game. So 9 AM Central European Time is 4 hours before now. There are localized times to your time zone under the stream. Thank you all for checking by. Unfortunate timing, but hey, no worries about it. So, thank you all So my okay, sorry about that. I am so terribly sorry. Uh, that was just my microphone software decided, I don't know, it didn't want to work anymore. I love that it does that randomly. You can literally be in the middle of a stream and it will break and it will not tell you. I love streaming. Right, as I was saying, so you've got your idol club. Each of them is a character onto themselves. They've got stories between them. You can help them grow. We're gonna... Let's show off these two. Yeah. The entire game is... In fact, the game is mouse only. Well, there is a accessibility feature where you can press the spacebar instead of clicking. You can also rebind these keys. So the entire game is intended to work mouse only. So you can make music. Let me just real quickly read. So this wants to be fifths. And it wants to feature ascending and falling progressions. So let's try something like that. And the entire game is styled after you have things, you drag things into places. Something like that. I am unfortunately not very musical, even though I've made a music-themed game. So you'll have to forgive my composing. And you can also... You can click to get little explanations. Okay. Am I... Oh, I haven't used every note length. I literally didn't read that much. So let's put that there. Okay. Fifths, rising progressions, falling progressions. How many different tones have I used? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's use some more just to be sure. Low C, D, E, E. This is going to sound highly interesting. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Carbs. Right. So, the idea is there are several mini games in which you can train your idols, and if you do it well, then you also get to partake or listen to the dialogues that they have between each other. There are 12 different dialogues. Each of the 8 idols. Have a great day, man. Enjoy your work as much as you can. Each of the 8 idols have 3 others with whom they have conversations. And the story, it's mostly on them, to tell this dialogue-only story, as it were. Right, let's exit out of here. So, that is that. You actually come by at a perfect time, because it's not going to be today, but very, very soon, we are going to release a demo version that you can play for free. It'll be on itch.io. I will find a way to let you know. I'm just gonna shill some more real fast. I have a Discord somewhere beneath the stream, if the camera software stops hiding my finger. If you want to join that, that's cool. Otherwise, I promise you, I will be talking about when I release the demo on the stream. It'll be soon. Soon enough. So, if that's something that sounds interesting to you, feel free to check by. I am live every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 9 AM Central European Time to 1 PM. So 4 hours ago to right now, whatever that may be in your local time. I know that Carbs is just, he builds different and he streams from like 4 AM his time. But yeah. So, everyone, thank you all for joining. Thank you all for hanging out. I am going to have to hop off though, because this is my time. I need to actually get stuff ready for a playtest today, in which we're going to make sure that the demo version is just right, ready to be released. And yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. See you soon.